TIVC seems crowded right now. I know, I'm surprised, but it does seem to be thickly traded. Crowded. I'm just looking at the level 2 and it's very stacked. There's tons of buyers and there's tons of sellers. And so typically when that happens, they move very slowly. So you get a pop there up to 96 on that little breakout, sort of a little cup and handle formation. So some people would probably buy this little micro pullback here for the break of 3. But what's the kind of best case scenario for profit? I don't even know if you'd get to 305 for profit. Now. I don't even know if you'd get to 305 for profit. Now. I don't even know if you'd get to 305 for profit. Now. I don't even know if you'd get to 305 for profit. Now. I don't even know if you let me just switch this. I think I'm just gonna wait. I don't think I want to trade this one.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Trade Exchange. You listen to the Trade Exchange pre-market prep. It is Tuesday, December 23,
So the problem with thickly traded stocks is that you get to me you have a smaller range. It's a little bit harder to make money. The moves are not as big, and so to compensate for that, I end up taking bigger size, but I could still end up taking a loss. So I just don't feel like I've got good risk to reward on the um, kind of thickly traded stocks. Okay, sorry about that. So let's see as we get closer to the bottom of the hour if we get any fresh breaking news or anything that starts to become a bit more obvious. Yes, the market is open tomorrow. I think tomorrow's a half day, but it doesn't make any difference for me because I just trade pre-market anyways or early up until 10 a.m. Yeah, I see FJet put in a pretty big move yesterday. So just sitting tight right now, being patient. I know it only takes one good setup. You can see how this is kind of stair stepping up, moving up a little bit here, but So right now, we've got about 10 minutes at the top of the hour. Nothing is really moving. I'm going to restart this computer for a second because it's being a pain. Yeah, the 10-second chart. So it's helpful when I'm showing those like when I'm doing the recap. In real time though, I'm usually just looking at the level 2 and I can see that pullback. Yeah, we'll see if we get anything at the top of the hour. Well, 8 a.m. here. Higher volume on the red candle. Yeah, I don't know how significant that headline really is either. Topping tail up there around the $0.50. Yeah, I'm just setting up this eye tracking software for the live trading archives. I want to see what it looks like. I see what's happening here. I usually don't like these cheaper ones very much. So you've got a micro pullback there. Yeah, I'm probably not going to keep my screen this way, but I'm just testing something right now. So I would say at this point, I'm kind of bummed, but I haven't broken the ice with any trades. MAMO pops up and then does that complete reversal back down. That's not good. We don't like to see that. So I don't know. I mean, that would make me nervous to jump into anything popping up. So I might just need it. It might end up being a no trade day, which, doesn't shock me. All right, well, 9:05, no trades at this point so far today. So the only hope for a trade would be if we have something that, pops up right. Well, anytime in the next 30 minutes, I suppose, but feels like a little unlikely that's going to happen, unfortunately. CHR, maybe a reverse. Well, it doesn't really look like a reverse split. I don't know, but higher volume selling, clearly. So you could see these just sort of pop and drop moves. Yeah, the problem with JTAI is that it really has pulled back quite a lot. Yeah, each time it pops up, it goes lower. So it's had a couple higher volume days and it just rejects it. Um, so I don't know. I'm just not sure it's going to work. It's also cheaper. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna switch over to the Warrior Pro room, and I'll do a no trade day recap, and then we'll do a Q&A session. Okay, so switching rooms right now. Okay, so we're gonna start with the recap. Yeah, it's been a while since I had a 1 minute and then followed up with a 5 minute. It has been a while. Okay, here we go. Oh wait, actually, I was gonna just export my trades from yesterday first. ASTI, I wasn't totally opposed to it, but because I have no cushion. So I just felt like I don't know if I don't think I should take the risk. That was basically the issue. I just didn't feel like it was worth it. Now, it obviously ended up going up again into a halt, but very light volume. Am I missing something on it? Maybe, but I don't know. Okay. All right, so we'll get started here. What's up, everyone? All right, so in today's episode, I'm going to break down my trades from the morning. Guess what? Today, it's going to be a very quick recap because it is a no trade day. I have 0 trades today. Well, that's not totally surprising. We knew that coming into the holiday week, it was going to be a little slower. Yesterday, well, I'm going to start over. I'm going to do a take 2. I see. I don't know why it does that sometimes. All right, we're going to do a take 3. Okay, switching for take 3. What's up, everyone? All right, so in today's episode, I'm going to break down all of my trades from the morning, and it won't take long because guess what? Today is a no trade day. I haven't had too many of these this year, but today's a no trade day. It feels a little difficult, and it's definitely the type of day that requires a lot of discipline to be able to walk away and not trade. Because here's the thing. Last night, I went to bed early. Why? Because today's a work day. You know, it's not a weekend. I'm still in the mindset of it's Tuesday. I got to make sure I get my rest. I wake up early this morning, 6 a.m. I get up, I come over, I check the scanners, I get all situated. I didn't need to do that, as it turns out. I could have slept late, but there was no way I could have known that. I mean, I suppose I could have predicted a higher likelihood of no trade days this week because of the holiday, but it's also certainly possible that we could have had a wild card stock and something that worked out really well. It just didn't end up happening. So because I spent last night going to bed early and this morning getting up early and, already focused that this was going to be a productive work day, the final piece of the puzzle is taking a trade. And that's the piece that didn't come together today. So now, as I sit here right now at 10 a.m., there is that temptation to say, you know what, I'm just going to break the ice and trade this thing. Like, even if it's not a perfect setup, I might make money on it. And if I do, then all that prep, not that it was a lot, but, all that mental prep was for something. And the problem, of course, with doing that is if I take a trade now towards the end of the window where I make the most money on, a holiday week, the probability of success is lower. The volume is lighter, liquidity is not as good. And so I'm more likely to actually make a mistake. And then I'm red. And then I think, wow, you're a real idiot because, there was nothing that looked good. And instead of, holding discipline, you ended up trading something of low quality and losing money. Well, that's predictable. So if we jump onto the screen share here, I'm going to break down the stocks that I was looking at this morning and walk you through how I was able to tell myself and talk myself out of taking any trades on them. Okay, so when I first sat down this morning, OPTX was our leading gainer. It had popped up early in the pre-market session. It had actually been kind of grinding up a little bit from after hours yesterday, and then it pushes a little bit higher this morning. The problem with this stock for me is that it really peaked, as you can see here, at about 5:20 in the morning. I don't love it when we have those early peaks because unfortunately, it's okay if it keeps going higher, but in this case, that was the high. And so by the time I was sitting down around 7 a.m. right here, right, it was already breaking down below VWAP. It was not worth trading. So it was the leading gainer up about 65% at that time, but it was not worth trading. So that was off the list. Then we had CETX. CETX. So CETX hits the scans. And for this one, I was able to pretty quickly talk myself out of it. I've traded it before. I haven't done particularly well on it. I looked at the chart on this one, and what I noticed was that this is one of those stocks that had made a move after hours. Again, gapped up, but at 4 a.m., you hear really high, and then it's just been selling off, and now just selling off even more. So no trades on CETX. Okay, well then what do? So I'm watching my top gainer scanner and my small cap high day momentum scanner. As I'm watching this scan, I'm waiting for stocks to hit it. So OPTX, 5 in the morning. So TIVC hits at just before 7 a.m. And part of me thought, this is, I suppose, the most obvious stock right now, except it didn't really have a very clear headline. It was moving up, but I just thought, is this a good quality setup? And I didn't think that it was. And so now I had to ask myself the question, do I trade this here today, even though the quality is a little bit lower? Or do I say wait for a stock that's better? And yesterday, I sort of skipped that first move on AZI, and then I had CMCT that worked, which also was not a great catalyst, but it worked anyways. But then it gave back its gains. So I felt like today, I just didn't feel quite as confident with that strategy. So I did not take any trade on it right here, even though this is arguably a cup and handle formation. It broke 280 and goes to 3. Then there's sellers up around 3. It breaks 3 for a second and then drops back down. And then that was it. Came all the way back. So no trades on TIVC. All right, no problem. All right, so then the next stock that hits the scanner, BENF. Now, this one, ends up being lighter volume, higher flow. So, actually, well, it is lighter volume, higher flow, but that must have been later. Okay, so let's go back here. Sorry. TRIB. Sorry, the problem here is it's jumping to the top of when a new result hits. So let me just go back here for a second. So yeah, or BBLG, right? So BBLG, this was actually the one I was thinking of. So BBLG hits the scanner. This one basically pops up and immediately retraces. It's lighter volume. It just didn't work. It was no good. So that was no good. Then we had TRIB, which was also cheaper. So we ended up getting some attention on these cheaper names, which on the one hand I thought maybe this could work for my small account challenge here, but on the other hand I was like, I just don't know. It just feels like today is too weak. I think I should just leave it alone. And so I didn't trade that. And then there were a couple other stocks hit the scans. And anyways, I just talked myself out of all of them. And then ASTI hit the scan just a few minutes ago. And I said, you know what? It's just the wrong time of day for me to break the ice. Getting in here before the halt would have been risky. A dip and a rip, and then a squeeze a little higher, now pulling back with the topping tail candle forming. It just feels to me like a typical sort of day before the holiday. Tomorrow's Christmas Eve. The market will be open. So I will be here tomorrow morning for the pre-market session. But I just look, how many companies are going to put out a big headline on Christmas Eve? It's just not. We just don't see that. So our best scenario would be something like, I guess, FJet yesterday, which is a kind of recent IPO continuation squeeze. And you could get something like that, but I'm not going to count on it. If it happens, that's great. But I think tomorrow, like today, is going to be a day where I'm going to be encouraging you guys to exercise discipline, not overstay your welcome, get in, get green, get out, and just leave it at that. So this is my my trades from today. So you can see 0 positions, 0 orders, 0, 0, 0. So no trades from today, and this is both in my retirement account and also my margin account. So just no trades across the board. It's no trade day. And I'll live to trade another day. Now, for those of you guys tuning in on YouTube, if you haven't already checked out the episode that I uploaded over the weekend on how to start day trading in 2026, make sure you check that out. So I kind of broke it down into 9 steps for those of you guys that are new and want to break the ice. So I want to encourage you to do it the right way, and do that by practicing a simulator and practice a strategy that is actually proven profitable by other traders. It's not a guarantee it's going to work for you, but it's a better starting point than just trial and error. Okay, so make sure you guys check out that episode. And I'll remind you, as always, that trading is risky. My results aren't typical. So manage your risk by practicing in a simulator before putting real money on the line. And for Warrior Pro members, we're going to start our Q&A session right now. Okay, so I'm going to switch here, switch there. What's my one big tip for momentum trading after the bell? After the opening bell, well, I do find after the opening bell that there's more competition with some of these stocks created by traders using commission-free brokers and trying to capitalize on price improvements. So you see a lot of traders doing really tiny scalps, jumping in, jumping out. And so I find that those traders, as soon as something goes up like 3 cents a share, they're already selling and taking profit. So I'm not super inclined to go for those, but you got to be careful at buying at high a day, because it might only break by 2 or 3 cents and you already have selling. All right, let me just go back up to the top. There were a couple questions posted a little earlier. Okay, so let's see. ASTI, so talked about that. I just talked myself out of it because I thought it was just a little too risky being at the end of my window. I didn't want to take a loss at the end of my window and have no time to recover it. I'm going to gradually move from SIM to Webull. What's the largest share size you'd suggest using on Webull? I mean, I think you can trade Webull up to 5,000 and maybe even 10,000 shares, but I would start with small size. That's the most important thing. Start with small size. I've been in the sim for the last 2 months. I've found jumping into halts on stocks with decent pre-market volume to work out well. And it can work out well, and I don't disagree with that. I I would just focus on the first halt and be a little careful on the second halt, and then the third. Um, I wouldn't be buying after the on resumption from the second halt. Okay. If the spread is bouncing around with a 5-10 cent range, what are you watching? Level two, bid or ask, or price for an entry? I'm looking at the ask, but I'm glancing at the bid. So I'm my eyes here, but I glance and back just to see like what's the spread. So I am checking the spread, but I'm focusing primarily on the ask. I'm using Ocean One when I place a limit order below the current price. It sits in the order area until it fills. However, when I place a limit order above the current price, it gets filled immediately. How can I set the order so that it only fills at my specific price and does not execute right away? So those orders are executing correctly. What you're looking for is a stop order. A buy stop order will execute when the price crosses a level. So if we do, I'll just do, let's see, HIHO. I'll just do like 100 share buy stop order. So 100 share buy stop order at 93. I'm going to change it to a stop here. I'm going to move it down to 92. So now if this hits 92 and an order goes through the tape, boom, my trade executes. That's a buy stop order. However, and I could do a sell stop order right at 90 or 89, well, 88, I guess. So there it goes, stops me out. So those are stop orders. They don't work pre-market. That's the only problem. But they do work during regular trading hours. Say I'm trading one morning and a loss causes my margin account to dip below 25,000. Could I keep trading the same day? Yes, you can. Most U.S. brokers would let you keep trading until the end of the day. Your margin changes overnight. In the cold, because that used to happen to me as well. In the cold market, what would be the most effective setup to focus on? It's better to buy pullbacks in a colder market. The high day entries can unfortunately backfire. So I would focus more on buying micro pullbacks, but when your entry is not literally at high of day. So trying to buy dips a little bit more. Not necessarily that you're buying while it's selling off, but waiting for a nice pullback and looking at the support level and trying to get in as close to support as you can. In the sim, I'm having trouble putting in stops. I put price as stop, then enter, and it goes on the list but never gets filled. So remember, they don't work pre-market. But if that's happening during regular trading hours, then come into the support room and we can see if we can help you with that. Why do traders who are already in the red feel they have nothing left to lose and become aggressive instead of adding or taking a trade when a stock is actually squeezing? So the psychology behind that is that feeling of desperation that comes when you take a loss and the desire to recoup it as quickly as possible. And so you become emotionally compromised. The pain of the loss is so great that you'll do anything to alleviate it, and that results in you getting overly aggressive. When I'm in 5,000 shares versus 50,000 shares, how do I buy and sell? So 5,000 is kind of my typical block, but I will do blocks of up to 15,000 shares. So 50,000 could be 3 blocks plus a little, 45,000 shares, and then plus 5. So usually I would scale in and I would scale out. But I often do press the button to sell half. The only thing is, if I've got 50,000 shares, that is 25,000 share sell order. So that's kind of big. So if I'm in that big of a position, I have to kind of remind myself not to sell half, but instead sell quarter. I killed it the first 2 weeks with real money and now bad this week. Is it just me, or is it that there's nothing to trade? So it's not just you. I'm underperforming this week as well, but a big part of that is because of the season of the holiday. So it's to be expected that we're going to underperform right now. This isn't a window where, time of the year where we're going to do really well. It seems that all of the pre-market moves were on thickly traded stocks. I know. What specifically should we look for as a bullish signal when a stock is getting thickly traded? So when I see more than 5 bidders and sellers here, that's a good indicator. So ASTI, well, it's halting up, I guess, so it's hard to tell. CHR, that's thinner. BOXL, that's thinner, but Hi Ho is thicker. OPTX is thicker. ASTI, right, halted. TRIB is a bit more thickly traded as well. So it's just how many orders are stacked at the same price. That's what I look at primarily. I traded the second pullback on HIHO this morning. As a beginner, is it a bad habit to trade stocks under 2? Not necessarily. They can work. I don't like them quite as much, but they can work. So I don't have a real problem with that. It's ultimately going to be, an opportunity for you to track your metrics. And, as you track your metrics, you can sort of figure, like, is this a price range where I do well on? I've gotten significantly better at reading level 2, but I'm having trouble seeing the transfer over to the chart. Okay. So I think of course you keep your chart, and you should keep your chart so you can glance back and forth. To me, what we were saying yesterday is if you look just at the level 2 with 0 chart, it feels like it's out of context, right? You're kind of like, what am I working with here? Like, this price is sort of just like floating here. I don't know what's the high, what's the low. I mean, I guess this shows high 175, but I feel like I need the chart to kind of anchor me. And then once I've looked at the chart, I'm mostly looking at the level 2. But now in this case here, this is where it starts to get interesting. So we've got a low here of 71 on HIHO. So HIHO. So low is 71. So now I know that 71 is the low, and the high of the last 1 minute candle is 78. So now, there you break 78, and you get a 2-cent pop. But then back down to 78 on the bid. Is it going to hold? So it's holding. So now I'm back on the ask. It's a little, but now it's like it's just sort of struggling. But that's all kind of helpful. It barely breaks 80, goes up to 81. That this is helpful. And now on the chart, it's like we're kind of stair-stepping down. So it sort of feels like, if anything, this is not super strong to go higher. What are my thoughts on FJet popping up yesterday? So not uncommon to have a stock that is either an uplist or a recent IPO do that kind of pop. It was lighter volume with somewhat bigger spreads, and it was grinding. This was sort of an all-day grinder. It was not super easy to trade, in my view. This is not the type of chart I really enjoy trading, if I'm going to be honest. I'd call that sort of an all-day grinding stock. That's the 5 minute. The breakouts just aren't really that big. So, when we get into that kind of situation, it just feels like it's just not really, I don't know. I don't usually do well on these. I'm going to grab a screenshot of this for grinding price action. Let's see. All right. So let's see. Other than hidden sellers and hidden buyers, what does a relatively large price gap between level 2 and time and sales indicate? A price gap between level 2 and time and sales. So I'm wondering if you mean the spread, because there shouldn't really be a price gap between the level 2 and the time and sales. Although I guess so. Okay, so if you have a big spread, what was that? HY MC, and you have an order here at 75, that's a bit of a gap. I mean, maybe you're referring it to that. So this would, I mean, really, there is no explanation for that other than orders are getting matched in between the spread, which means there are some hidden sellers in this case that are selling between the spread. What does it tell us? I mean, it tells us that the stock is a bit thinly traded. The bigger spread indicates that. And if we only saw orders in white, it would just tell us that there are some traders who are trying to get in, but their orders are filling between the spread. Some of the high frequency trading algorithms and the market makers that execute orders for commission free trading will execute between the spread as well. So, and that's not even a hidden order. That's just the way it works. So, I mean, we'd prefer, bright green on the tape. That would be more bullish. And we prefer the spread to tighten up a little bit more and for the stock to be moving quickly. But, it's not totally a problem to have a bigger spread and a bit of that gap between the orders on the tape and the spread. I'm not, if the stock is obvious. So if I could ask Santa for a small cap momentum gift, I would ask for a new theme, and a new theme that's not crypto treasury strategy, but that, there's a lot of stocks that are candidates within that theme, and it could do really well. Hang on one second. I just gotta grab something real quick. Okay, sorry about that. And I did share my thoughts on FJet yesterday. I don't really feel like I missed out because of the way it traded. Been in the sim for 6 months and planning to begin with a small account in January. Not too sure which broker to use. I'm from Canada and don't really want to be limited by the PDT rule. So I thought though that the Canadian brokers I thought they don't enforce the PDT rule, but you only get 3 times leverage. So your choices are Trade Zero Canada, Centerpoint Canada, Ocean One Securities accepts some Canadian residents, but not all. I don't think Ontario or something like that. So just double check on Ocean One Securities. CMEG does not accept Canadian accounts anymore. And Webull, but I don't think it's commission free in Canada. So, based on those options, just check the commissions. Centerpoint and Ocean One both use the same platform, which is Dash Trader. It's great software. I think you'll be really happy with it. It's very fast. So just look between the two of them, which one is cheaper commissions and smaller minimum account size. The round trip on MAMO, that concerned me. However, I mean, the stock had a slightly higher float, 4.8 million shares. The news headline was not super significant, although I like the picture. Those things look cool, but nonetheless, I was like, I don't really know. So I don't love seeing that, but I'm not super concerned. Was a sentiment on a stock that's on short sale restriction? It is a positive outlook because it's going to be harder for shorts to deal with it. So being on, and actually sometimes I almost wonder if stocks are pushed down to go onto short sale restriction before they start to rally, so that it makes it so they'll move higher on the day they squeeze. I think that does sometimes happen. I'll show you my hotkey on Lightspeed for bailing out. Yeah, I'll pull that up. Can you describe the level 2 when it stops on a quick dip and holds that? Okay, so basically when I'm on the level 2, let me just pull up my order here for sell bid full. So that's my hotkey for bailout. So when I'm looking at something on the level 2, it has that quick flush and then it sort of holds there. That moment of holding, especially when it's around a $0.50 hold dollar, I think, okay, this is support. It sort of is no longer selling off. And so that's where I feel like, okay, this is good. And I feel confident. Okay, let's see. So international apartment. I mean, I'm not planning on trading foreign markets or foreign Forex. So probably not. It feels like making money is harder than losing it. Is that due to market design? Well, part of that is because of spreads, liquidity, and market makers. When you buy, you often get some slippage, and then when you sell, you often get some slippage. And so that combined with the spread on a big position can be a substantial loss. Like right now on HYMC, it would be far easier to lose than to make money. I could buy 1,000 shares right now at 26.10 and I'd sell for a loss at 25.85. And in an instant, I'd be down, well, it depends on the shares, right? Now, if I tried to do that with 20,000 shares, I would get slippage on the entry of 10 cents. So I'd lose $2,000 in slippage. I get $2,000 slippage on the exit plus the loss in the spread. So now all of a sudden I'm down $8,000 in an instant. So yes, it's easier to lose. Now you could say, oh, then I should trade short. Well, no, it's the same thing with shorting because you'd be selling on the bid and then covering back on the ask. So in other words, trading is difficult and you need to be directionally correct. It's not enough just to get in and get out, break even because of the spreads and the commissions as well, potentially. You've got to be directionally correct. Was up 5x my daily goal yesterday. Thought I had a nice cushion. Then 4 bad trades down to 0. Then got myself nearly 3x the daily goal again, just to repeat the same thing. So that to me is, so here's my question. Why wasn't 1x a daily goal or 2x a daily goal good enough? Just for the sake of argument, right? If you're in the stage of trading where you're trying to build a track record and you want consecutive green days, and you want to, to pull up your calendar and kind of see like generally that there's a lot more green than there is red, then you need to walk away sooner. Get in, get green, get out. And do that for 20 days in a row, right? That's a month. Do that for 40 days in a row. That's 2 months. And you'll now start to have a track record that looks maybe not exactly like this, but that you can say, all right, I'm doing something right. Then you start increasing your share size. You start being a little bit more aggressive, right? And then this all of a sudden can be the difference between success and failure. When you come in swinging, trading everything that's moving, that can put you in a really difficult spot where you're over trading You get green and then you give back the profit. So I would be an advocate of getting green and walking away. I'm trading with 200 to 300 shares and I'm almost always green before commissions. So you're sort of hyper scalping. So you, since you're trading with such small size, I would consider a broker like Webull. Um, I mean, Thinkorswim would also probably work, but they might kick you off eventually for hyper scalping. Um, I've heard people say the free route at Ocean isn't that great, and there's still some commissions there. You just don't have the additional ECN fees. But I would say if there's an edge there and it's working for you, then the two questions is, will it work at 2,000 and 3,000 shares? And are commissions going to scale like sort of linearly, if that makes sense? Or are commissions going to become a smaller and smaller percentage of the gain? Because it's kind of that question of how much of the commission is based on the shares and how much of it is just based on the per trade. And so you might be able to increase your share size and that strategy works better. And you would want to do that where you're at. Or you'd say, well, I want to be very, very, very active and I'm going to need commission free. Well, I think with the market, I haven't really noticed a specific change exactly lately compared to the last few years. I mean, this year has been stronger in general. The last couple months has been slower than the year in whole, but I mean, there's always sort of this ebb and flow. The market's always changing, so you have to be able to kind of adapt. I'm attempting to use Ocean One Canada, and I continue to get the message that they're unable to provide access to the website. So that's probably because of the province in Canada that you're in. And so they allow it for some provinces, but not for others. And if you're in a province they don't allow it, and then that's you can't use them. On the 1 minute chart, what's the max pullback? I would say 3 candles is 4. I mean, I don't want more than that. We're starting to become too deep of a pullback. When you buy a dip on a stock, what are the requirements before deciding it's a dip that's worth trading? The stock has to be pretty obvious. It still needs to be on the front side of the move. That's important. Let's see. The half dollar, the whole dollar area. Being above the 90 MA is preferable. But really, as long as it's obvious, and we're still MACD's positive, then dips on the front side are usually for me going to work well. Is the stacking on the level 2 on your chart what primarily you're looking for on the dips? So I'm not really looking for the stacking to do a dip trade. Stacking bids are fine to have that, but I don't need that for a dip trade. What route are you using when you get caught in a jackknife with big size? I don't change the route. I just use the same thing when I'm trying to get out, and I usually will sell half or wait for a pop to avoid selling into the flush. I've been pretty consistent using 100 shares, which is great for the last 3 months, but each time I size up, I take a big loss and I spiral for a week or two. So how much are you sizing up? If you're going from 100 shares to 110, it should be like not even noticeable. 125, 140. I would just go really small. I would just, as a rule of thumb, increase by 10% a week. And just see where that lands you. It's like almost negligible. At what point do you consider changing strategies from 1 minute to 5 minute? So if the 1 minute has failed, but it's still the most obvious stock, then I will start looking for a 5 minute setup. That's kind of the way I do it. And then if that fails as well, then we've got a problem. The gap and go, I teach that in chapter 7 of the curriculum right now. Let me just ask if that's updated. So that's the place to watch that. That's a strategy for trading at 9:30, the leading gainer. Oh, thank you, Herman. Appreciate it. So the super smart orders, I feel like they actually don't work as well as they used to. Um, I don't know. They just don't seem to be as effective as they once were. These light volume moves are an illusion of hotness. When a stock goes up this much on 6,000 shares of volume, you can't get FOMO over it because it's not real. You wouldn't have been able to trade that with any big size. It's untradeable. Now, sometimes some people like grinding stocks a little bit more, and that can be more of an adapting to my strategy to what you're more comfortable with. And so, in that case, you would be more inclined looking at stocks that are a little more thickly traded, that are not quite as fast moving. I don't love it, but it can work. We explain in detail. Um, Wait for the first 1 minute candle to make a new high. Is the new high compared to the immediate previous candle high or low? So in this case here, we'll just we'll go on the 1 minute chart. So the high of this candle is 77.16. That's the high right there. So we need a candle to pull back really to give us a setup. But let's just say the first candle to make a new high. Now in this case, it actually opened slightly above it. That's probably because the spreads are bigger. ADX, what is it? ADXK. Right, so it's a huge spread. But basically what I'm looking for is the second the stock breaks over the high, which is the high to the penny of the previous candle. That's where I'm a buyer. In the days right before you turned the corner and became profitable, what was your go-to strategy? What kind of market conditions did you trade in? So the market conditions in those days we didn't have nearly the momentum or the volatility and volume that we have today. So it was a thinner market. I was trading small cap stocks, but I was also trading mid caps and even large caps that had breaking news. So I was trading focusing on trying to trade volatility. I would also trade the S&P 500 when there was news coming out, like economic data. So I would trade derivatives like the VIX or UVXY, things like that. And so I was looking for volatility, but I wasn't focused in on a specific price range. I recognized that I could buy more shares of a cheaper stock, but I was trading more expensive stocks quite often. And sometimes they would work well because they could go up like $1 or $2 a share. And so I would think that worked well, but I also had my biggest losses on those stocks. So yeah, I was trading really anything that had news. But what I was most consistently profitable with were the stocks that were more between the range of $2 to $3 and like $10 a share. That was the range where I really was doing the best. I've got to look into the dark mode. Let me see. Even if they are, a lot of the videos are recorded on a light background. But so I don't know. Expectations for 2026. So I would say that 2025, I had expectations that it was going to start strong, but I did think that we were going to eventually have some buyer's remorse, and that did end up happening. So really, we were very strong at the end of last year, and then the beginning was a little colder, and until kind of started to pick up a bit more from like April through July. So this coming year, I don't really have a strong hunch at what I should be expecting. I guess I figure, usually the beginning of the year is strong. I think that that's probably going to be the case. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be. So I think we've got that going for us. And then aside from that, it's going to just depend on, if there's any big themes that kind of show themselves, which I expect will happen. I just don't know, what that theme will be or when it might happen. But I don't have any reason to think it's not going to be a decent year. I mean, I think it'll probably be a decent year. I will trade when the MACD is negative. There are instances when I will do that. It's higher risk, but if the stock has been really strong or has shown like a great deal of range, that would be a time I might be more inclined to take that risk. Well, I think that when the PDT rule change takes effect, we will probably see more volume come into the market from traders who have been sitting on the sidelines. We may even see some less people in the market right now because they're like, oh, I'll just wait till the PDT rule thing happens. I suppose they might be deferring getting into it. So, yeah, I think the PDT rule is going to be a big deal, but I don't think it's going to be that soon. I think it's going to take a bit longer. I want to set a number of shares goal to upgrade from Lightspeed to Schwab. Do you recommend a certain share size for that switch? I think if you're trading less than 5,000 shares, Schwab probably is fine. But when you start getting 75, 10,000 shares, you might want to make that move. So I'm not inclined to change the backgrounds on all my slides because I just retaught the class with the exception of chapter 8. So I probably am not going to do that. It would just be a lot of reteaching. I don't know about, yeah, the interview circuit. I mean, there are some podcasts. I don't really follow it, so I don't know what podcast you're specifically thinking of, but um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't. I've gone on a couple, but you know, I don't know. It hasn't happened. It's not like I have I don't know, like an agent who's out there trying to get me like on stuff. So I don't care. I don't feel like I need that kind of self promotion. I mean, I'm happy to do my YouTube videos and stuff like that. And sometimes I'll get, a call or an email from Bloomberg for a comment on something and I'll give it to them. But, you know, it's about it. Who painted the beautiful? Oh, that painting. Yeah, that was done by Roger Sands. He's a painter in Vermont who I really admire. I've been to his studio a few times, and he lives not too far from where my where I lived for a while. He's older now, quite a bit older. I don't know if he's still painting, but there's a lot of really, really talented painters, and well, talented artists in general in that area. I like his stuff because it's so colorful. I don't have any plans for meetups or book signings right now. Most of the traders that I chat with in the All Star Summit are still active. Some of them are still active in the community, others are not, but they're still actively trading. So I've kept up with most of them. I could get a hold of them, if we were going to do something or whatever. I don't know if the market is designed to exploit human nature. I don't think it's designed to do that exactly, but I think that there are elements where it does, just by the way things start to move. Henry's in the chat room. I saw him last week. I think he's doing okay. What's the difference between the EMA and the SMA? Exponential moving averages move faster than simple, so they update more quickly. In general, do you feel more comfortable trading lower price stocks where you can buy more shares or higher price stocks? I like a sweet spot. I like the sweet spot kind of right between like 5 and 10. So I did a platform demo on Dash Trader, which you guys can watch. That's in chapter 19. We don't organize. I mean, occasionally we do organize in-person events, but it's not frequent. And we sort of discourage sharing of personal information because you can have to be careful with the internet and this and that. So let's see. If I had only $7,000 to trade with, how would you structure your strategy? I would focus on. So with $7,000, I would be able to buy 1,000 shares of anything under 7. And I would probably do that. Stocks between 2 and 3, I could buy, 2,000 shares of. That would be nice. A little bit more than that. And I would just focus on base hits. Get in, get green, get out. 10 cents, 20 cents a share, and try to make 100 to 200 a day. And, over the course of a couple weeks, the account will grow. Next thing you know, it'll be up to, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. And each time I trade, I can buy a little bit more. And I start opening up the ability to trade $8, $9, $10 stocks with 1,000 shares. So, it starts to give me a little more opportunity. I didn't learn a lot from books. I am not really good with learning. I mean, I can learn. There are some things I can learn from a book. For instance, like the book Quit. That's good. But textbooks are more difficult for me. So the Candlestick Course by Steve Neeson, I found that helpful, but then it got a little too like esoteric and I couldn't really take it in anymore. I didn't read any books on day trading strategy specifically. There were books on investing strategy, but I didn't think those were super effective for me. So the small account challenge is not over. I still have it. It's open every day, or my account's here every day. I've been waiting for a good setup, and now that we're in the holidays, I mean, it's just sort of the way things have kind of fallen together or into place or out of place that I had a bigger loss, $38,000 loss in my main account, and I was trying to recover that loss. So the main account was the focus then. Then I was like, okay, I'm ready to start the small account again more actively, but the market was a little cooler, and now we're coming into the holidays. So it's like just not ideal timing. Well, so I do have some daily anxiety with trading, I suppose, but it's pretty minimal. A little just feeling like hyped up, like, all right, today's the big day. Is this going to happen? What's going to happen here? And so, I think that some of that, I think most of that gets better the more time you have in the market, except if you keep pushing the edge of your comfort zone, in which case you keep kind of reintroducing it. But that's also what you want to do for growing your account. Where do I look for accurate information for swing trading? So I don't look for accurate information for that because I'm not swing trading. How do you deal? Yeah, got answered that. Ross, do you treat the 1-minute micro pullback more like a pullback or a breakout setup? It depends. The 1-minute micro pullback sometimes is such a small pullback that it essentially is a high day breakout. Other times it's a more sustained pullback.
Setting. Now, the problem with goal setting and targets and stuff like that is many times, how many of you, raise your hand, how many of you, kind of bite off more than you can chew when it comes to, goal setting and stuff like that. So how many of you, it's very common. It's very common. So what we do and what I do, and I've done the same thing, you'll burn out. You'll notice you end up burning out by like day 3. You're like, holy smokes, like I'm gonna do this forever. Like there's no way. There's no way. And I've done it and I do it all the time. But I really attack my goals. I like goal setting because it gives me something to aim for. The problem is we don't want to set unobtainable goals. We don't want to set goals that we're forever chasing. So there's a lot of psychology behind what we're going to talk about. And I'm not talking based on, just the sake of, blabbing. This is all stuff that I have done that I've found it's helped me find success and trading and stuff like that. And it's not just trading. We're actually going to be talking about setting and obtaining life goals, because what's going to happen is you'll oftentimes find that when you're setting some sort of financial goal or a business goal or something like that, the other parts of your life are going to start to crumble, right? Whether it's family life, your health, something like that. If you ever noticed, like some of these very very wealthy older guys are extremely unhealthy, especially with like my parents' age. That generation, they're very unhealthy, right? Because what happens is I seen these guys, a lot of my dad's friends and people that I know, they've attained a lot of wealth and stuff like that, but their health is like non-existent. Their family aspect is non-existent. So growing up, it was very clear to me that I saw this big split. I was like, well, as a young as a young male, we're always told to, if you're not successful, what are you and stuff like that. And for me, I was like, well, I wanted to find a place where I could do it all. And it wasn't until like modern times where, I'd see some of these younger guys and girls on Instagram, and they would flash like this lifestyle of freedom, being able to make money, being, mentally healthy, being physically healthy, showing that you can enjoy your family and make a lot of money. That was like the new obtainable thing. And prior to our generation, the millennial generation, that was non-existent. It was, the dad was some business guy, was disconnected from family, was disconnected from, health, was disconnected from, that internal love of like lifestyle and stuff like that. But it's not that it was a bad thing. It was just that's what they were taught, right? Dad goes to work, stuff like that. My kids have no idea. They just think, I come out here in my office. I have a separate office from my house because they're so loud, and they try to kill each other every single day. But what happens is, they don't know. My wife and I laugh at them all the time. Like, you guys have no idea. There's people there. There's dads that are gone from 5 a.m. till 9 p.m. just to pay bills and stuff like that. And here I am. I take breaks. We play. We ride 4-wheelers. I'm like, hey, let me go back to my office just for 5 minutes. And like, all right, whatever. And that was a goal that I wanted to get to, but I didn't know how to get there. Right? How many of you know that's what you want, but you don't know how to get there? There's a huge gap, right? We'll go right here. Huge gap, right? You're like, well, trading must be it. And it is. It can be. But what happens is, within point A to point B or Z, if you want to call it, we don't know. It's very hard to try to obtain that, right? Well, what's the process? What do we do? And am I going to make it? Is this all going to be not worth it? Is it going to be worth it? Now, I'm not going to say that, I just floated around every day and obtained this status of, saying a day trader and being able to do what I want. But it did come with a lot of trial and error and hardship and saying, oh, well, it looks like I'm not going to make it. Stuff like that. All that stuff has crossed my head, but it was never It was never something that was going to define me, I should say. It was always, well, it looks like you're not going to make it. And my answer was, well, how can I make it? How can I get around this? So without being too long-winded on this, explanation of what we're going to kind of set up today and talk about, we'll get started in this entire kind of series. And if you guys have comments, talk about it, share stuff, because a lot of people don't know what works and what doesn't work. It's just like anything in life. Once you're doing it, you find people that have done it and they're like, oh yeah, I remember those days of, doing this or doing that, whether it's a business or, who knows, anything, right? Anything you do in life, you'll find someone that has done it or has tried to do it. And, there's going to be people that say you can't do it, right? There's going to be people that say you can't do it. And I had a lot of that. I had a lot of people saying, why don't, when is this kid going to get a real job? When is he going to, wake up? When is he going to? And then once I started, pulling their annual salary in one day, and now it's not every day. I don't do that every day. But when, you flash $100,000 green day, they're like, whoa, like, hey, what's the next one? So you're going to run into that stuff. You're going to run into that stuff. But, it's up to you and you only to set these goals, and we're going to figure it out and we're going to do it together and we're going to talk about all this stuff. So this is going to be I think a fun class because this is stuff that I've done. So what we're going to talk about is setting goals with internal and external factors, right? So what are internal? Well, internal is our ideas and our ideals. What's an ideal? It's something that we try to figure out what is going to fit this puzzle, right? What is going to fit our big picture? And then now we have to try to attack that with, our ideas and our process and stuff like this. So what I want you to do first and foremost, is to find a realistic goal. Now, when we're looking for goals, what does that mean? Well, it could be, yes, I want to make, let's say, $100 a day trading. Well, is that too far out, right? Is that too far out for the beginner trader? It could be. It could be. There's a huge issue that I've often seen is, the traders takes, let's just say Sally likes to trade with 10,000 shares in the simulator. And what she'll do is end up taking 10,000 shares, 10,000 shares, 10,000 shares, and then be like, you know what, I'm doing this live, here we go, goes live, completely blows up and doesn't know why, right? Because what happens behind there is it was an unrealistic goal, right? Her thought process was targeted on, yes, it's working in the sim, but she never crossed the path of what does this emotionally feel like when I fail with 10,000 shares, right? So what I like to do is set a goal that you can fail at, but if you fail, you can get up and keep going. So, that being with trading, right? Let's say Vlad wants to make $50 a day. Vlad, if you want to make $50 a day, the process is very simple. It's very clean. We have it laid out for you. There's so much education here. Just follow the steps, follow the rules, and apply those rules. Now, yes, easier said than done. So now what happens is Vlad maybe cannot risk that $50 loss for that day. So Vlad, what I would say is, if you can't, now this is not real. He didn't say that. I just saw his name pop up. So what would happen is, if those losses can add up too much to kind of blow you out of that goal or that idea, now your failure is too hard to overcome, right? And this is why people fail. This is why people are failing in life-based situations. So what I want you to do, and what I want you to do moving forward. So how many of you are setting a New Year resolution? How many of you? Let me see. And be honest. I'm going to be hard on you, but be honest. Me. So Lewis, because Lewis, first one, what's your resolution? And you're gonna learn something today. What is it? Yep, new resolutions never work. That's fine. Still behind on here. Yes, Lewis Core. He was the first one to answer, so I'm going to pick you out, and that's perfectly fine. And I'm going to explain to you something that has always worked for me. It's always worked. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for him to type it out. So when we're setting these targets and expectations and stuff like that, so type out anyone can type out what you want for what you're going to do for New Year's. Luke's being shy. Vlad wants to be green. You want to replace your full-time. So that's a big one. That's fine. That's a big one. But now we want to try to obtain that process. So what are you going to do? Stop over trading. Yes. JQ 500 daily, 500 shares. Yes. Break even next year. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. All right. So you want to be consistent. Yes. Yes. There we go. There's everyone. Walk away when you're up. All right. So these are all, you guys have these all set for January 1st. Well, guess what? You're starting them right now. Right now. I don't care if you're red, if you're green, if you're, want to take another trade, if you want to bench press your weight, if you want to get green, you're starting them right now. So something that has always really approached me well was instead of setting a target date, and this is very common for a lot of people, they're like, well, on January 1st, I am going to start, right? So now what are they doing? In their head, every single day, they're like, January 1st is coming. I got to get ready. January 1st is coming. I got to get ready. All right, well, I got time. Let me smoke a couple more cigarettes because January 1st, I'm going to quit. And this is the biggest issue with setting goals and momentum, right? I have time. I'm going to do it then. So what I've always done was I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm slacking on my workouts. Guess what? Today, I'm going to crush it. Today is the day that I crush it. No tomorrow, no worrying about yesterday. I'm doing it right now. And once you do this, you don't have time to prepare. This was something actually, I'm going to get a little personal, but Ross actually told me something once. It was when I was first getting started. I was I was super nervous. I'm a very big introverted person, right? And he's like, hey, by the way, you're going to go live today in the chat room. And this was during like COVID times. And there was just ungodly amounts of people. Hey, we're going to go on live on YouTube and stuff like that. He goes, in like 4 minutes. I'm like, holy cow. Like, all right. There's, almost 2 million people, 2 million followers on YouTube. And I was like, whoa, like this is intense. Going from not publicly speaking at all to, a potential audience of, hundreds of thousands of people. Especially on YouTube. So what it was, and I learned something very big from that was I didn't have time to prepare my failure. I didn't have time to prepare worrying. I didn't have time to worry about failure. All I had time to worry about was doing it, right? All right, what's ready? This is ready. This is ready. All right, I'm ready. My microphone's ready. Camera's ready, stuff like that. And to me, that was a big deal. For a lot of you, it might not be to publicly speak and stuff like that. But now the same thing goes hand in hand with, let's say, Oleg, you're 2 weeks from now, I'm going to start this. Well, why not start it right now? I don't care if you're green or red today. That's perfectly fine. That was an hour ago. This is the new you. And now by enforcing that, it shows that you can look at that red position, or if you failed today, you can get back up and then do it again. There's a very big opportunity in that getting back up mentality. And I think that will really help you guys moving forward with your goals. So if whatever your goal was, I want you to write it down. Hopefully you have a pen and paper. Write it down because it's very important to use pen and paper, pencil, whatever it is. Yeah, everyone has a plan until they get punched, Oleg says. Yes, everyone has a plan, right? It's overcoming that failure with your plan, right? The plan didn't work out, so let me figure this out. Yeah, Katie, that was an hour ago. This is the new you. Yeah, that's all it takes. It's all mindset. If you broke your mindset, it's okay. So this is why we set these goals of trading goals and life goals. So what we're going to do is let's set one trading goal. So whether it's small share size, you want to get green, something like that. How are you going to do that, right? Now let's dig into how you're going to do that. Are you going to jump in, a dip, or, YOLO a stock, something like that? No, what you're going to do is you're going to use your education, right? It's plain and simple. I have a lot of other classes on what to kind of expect when you're trading like this. But what I want you to do is you can check those out. It's all in your hands, all in your fingertips. Most of this stuff with failure, especially in trading, is all, even the educated trader, is all mental. There's a lot of traders, and we'll get into this a little bit later. There's a lot of traders, what they'll do is, they'll run this through ChatGPT. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing right? Why did this stock not work? Well, guess what? The stock didn't work because it doesn't have to work, right? We are the ones, exposing ourselves to financial risk, financial reward. So what we have to do is now figure out, what's happening. Something that I find is a big issue is a lot of traders are going to ChatGPT to figure out their problems. And what ChatGPT is going to do is it's going to appease whoever's using it, right? Oh, this is what you're doing. Try this, and you're good. You'll get it. And I don't think it's creating a very it's like having like mommy, daddy talk good to you even though you're losing. Well, guess what? You lost and you suck. You suck because you chased the stock, right? Let's be realistic. I think being brutally honest with yourself, suck less. Yes. Being brutally honest with yourself is the most important part of life and trading, right? What am I doing today that it just sucks, right? Maybe you drink too much. Maybe you have a substance problem or a smoking problem or something like that. How many of you know the friend that oh, I can quit anytime. I can lose weight anytime I want. I just don't want to right now. It's a denial type of situation. Same thing with stocks, right? Why is it the same thing? Because we're borderline as traders. We're exposing ourselves to a gambling type of situation, right? Trading can very quickly become gambling if you're not taking educated trades, because what you're ultimately doing is you're alleviating a feeling of financial risk, financial reward, right? So with financial risk, financial reward, what are you feeling? You're feeling all the emotions of love, fear, greed, hate, anger, triumph, all that stuff. And those are the strongest feelings that you will feel in your life: loss, grief, being on the mountaintop, wins, right? Hitting that shot when you're free falling type of situation. So when we're exposed to this, how are you supposed to know how to control that? We're no different than children, right? Kids don't know why they're having a temper tantrum. They don't know how to control that, right? They have a very hard time. So responding with anger and hate and yelling and stuff like that is not going to help, right? So I think being brutally honest with, like, why did you take that trade? Well, it was an educated risk type of trade where I knew that if it popped over this specific level, it would give me a type of reward. But remember from our other classes, we are buying these stocks to sell them. Far too many of you guys and girls are buying stocks with no defined target, no defined risk. You just, well, it was holding up, so I bought it. That's fine, but there's more to that story, right? What more of that story is there? It was holding up, so I bought it, but my stop will be break even and my profit will be my target will be in profit. All right, well, that's all good. It's perfect. You're building on that story, that thesis. What is the profit? Is the profit 10, 20 cents? Is the profit based on chart pattern? So what I would recommend is, instead of setting financial monetary targets and stops and stuff like that, just use the chart. For beginner traders, and the reason why I want you to do that is it's going to give you the clearest level because it's like a roadmap. Many traders, they'll buy something and then just keep taking loss after loss after loss after loss. And the issue is they'll be like, well, I'm using a 10-cent stop. I'm using a 20-cent stop. Well, that's fine, but why are you using the 10-cent stop? Just because you're buying the stock? So you need a place to stop out? Well, that's an issue, right? Well, if you're using the chart like this kind of flush trade where I bought the dip and sold the top, that was the target. Well, because many times it's hit this level, this was resistance, became support, it sold off, held, but what would my target be? Am I guessing that it's just going to go up or I don't really know, I'm just going to hold it to see where it goes? And the answer is you're going to get see where it goes results, right? Let's just see what happens. Let me just close my eyes and drive this car and see what happens. And that's the biggest problem versus I'm going to, jump in a stock and sell it into profit, right? As soon as that thing goes green, I am out. So that's goal number one is I want you to try to, instead of setting financial goals on targets and stuff like that, I want to be green $500 today. I want you to take a trade based on chart pattern. Well, a breakout is a breakout and profit is profit. I don't care what the profit is. I don't care what the breakout is. The stop is break even. If it goes lower than what you're in at, you are out. And treat it so robotically, so mechanically that it cannot fail. Because what happens is now your stops are near break even, whether it's 1-2 cents, and your targets are in profit, whether it's 5-10 cents, I don't care. As long as it's showing some sort of pattern to justify that trade. I think what's going to happen is, and do it today, right? Remember, we're starting these goals today. What's going to happen is you're going to find that mechanical process is going to take over your imaginary process. Oh, I'm just going to trade this because I'm going to jump in, and I'm going to do this because, I don't know, maybe because Ross and Jess are in, so I'm going to jump in, right? And what happens is you don't really even know how to manage that trade because you have no idea why you're trading it. So that would be goal number one, and trying to figure out why you're doing that. All right, now it's when we get a little tricky. So there's a realistic trading goal. Set something up like that, right? If that didn't resonate with you, then you can set something else. That's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Now set one life-based goal. Why? Because I want you to achieve something other than trading and financial. Because you are going to fail in trading. You're going to fail. I fail all the time, but I get up more times than I fail. Every single day. Every single day. I start to say small red. That's a failure. But I climbed my way back to green. So now do one life-based goal. What is it? Usually it's fitness. Why? Because without our health, we have absolutely, positively nothing. We do not exist without our health, right? So usually I use health as the life goal. Why? Because healthy you is going to create a healthy family. It's going to create a better lifestyle. It's going to roll over into your trading. You're going to be clearer. You're going to be mentally more focused. And then what also happens is you're going to have more dopamine, in fitness, stuff like that. And so maybe you want to lose a couple pounds. How many of you want to lose some weight or get stronger or something like that? Something that's very important, what you can do, and we'll talk about in a couple minutes, is try not to set that gym goal, right? What is a healthy goal that you can do? Well, your healthiness actually starts in your brain, number one. You want to run a marathon? That's fine. That's fine. I couldn't do it. I'm extremely I'll self-proclaimed extremely physically fit. I probably couldn't run a marathon. My knees just couldn't take it at this age. So what can I do to do a variation of something like that? Yeah, no junk food. But Lewis, there you are again, Lewis. I got you. Lewis says no junk food. Lewis, I want you to justify and kind of hone in no junk food, right? Those organic, what are they called? Like Bombas. Those are kind of junk food, but they're they're better than Doritos, right? And stuff like that. So maybe, yeah, there you go. McDonald's versus, yeah. So what I want you to do with that goal is no McDonald's. And then now what you can do is when goal 1 is done, do it again and refine. Yes. Yes. So now what does that mean if we do it again and refine? What does that mean? Well, no McDonald's rolls into no McDonald's. Once you do no McDonald's for a month, right? Once you do no McDonald's, we're just using this as a junk food type of situation. No McDonald's for a month. Well, that was pretty easy. Well, guess what? No McDonald's, no KFC, nothing that can be picked up in a drive-through. And I would justify, Chipotle being, on the healthier side. Let's be honest, it's rice and beans and it's healthier. So maybe nothing through a drive-through, right? So there's our rinse, repeat, do it again. Now, what is the do it again for our trading? Rinse, repeat, do it again. Well, now that you're taking those robotic trades and you're winning, your stops break even, your targets are in profit. Now maybe you can scale up 100 shares, right? Do it for a month. It's been working for a month, right? Don't trade when nothing is over 50%. Don't trade when nothing is under 100%. Don't trade, use those as guidelines. And this is what I would say is this kind of is built off of all my classes. So if you are looking at different ideas and topics that I'm talking about, I do have separate hour-long classes based on that because it would just be, so long for me to explain, strategy and stuff like that. So maybe it's taking a dip trade. Maybe it's taking a breakout trade. Maybe it's not trading, a stock under 20%, something like that. That kind of falls in that criteria. Now, when that starts to work out, what would your trade be? Well, the trade would be, all right, well, these have been working, so now I'm going to scale up, right? Because regardless of my P&L, the chart is giving me a P&L, right? The chart is showing that I won on that trade. Let's go to this one. I won on that trade and I won twice. So now all I have to do is take with slightly bigger share size because nothing else is different. There is nothing different, right? Maybe you're going from 500 to 1,000 shares, something like that. That's rinse, repeat, refine, right? So without even realizing it, you just went from $100 a day without setting goals or without setting targets or anything like that to $300 a day just by refining what you're already doing, right? So, and that would be, increasing share size, keeping everything the same. You're changing nothing. You're changing nothing other than a number. So that's what I want you to do. And then before you know it, you have now just obtained a huge lifelong goal by little tiny steps, right? So maybe you want to be able to do 100 push-ups. Well, guess what? Start with 1. Start with a half. Start with doing a push-up with your knees down, right? And then just do 1. And then do 1 the next day. And then do 1 the next day. And then you're like, all right, look at that. I can do 1. Well, guess what? I'm going to do 2. I'm going to do 3. I'm going to do 4, right? And before you know it, you're hitting that 100. It starts in those little steps. As humans, we psych ourselves out of targeting these huge goals. I want to make $1 million. I want, 2 houses. I want this. I want. Well, guess what? You get nothing because you didn't do anything, right? So what you have to start doing is doing, right? Enforce those little goals that become much bigger. And you'll start to see that they kind of compile much faster than you would think. They build up much faster than you would think. Do you guys have any questions so far? Hopefully you're enjoying this class. I know it's not specifically on technically traded related patterns, but I have thousands of those classes that you can check out. This is stuff that I have personally done. This is stuff that I have personally done and I still personally do to get where I'm at in trading and lifestyle and stuff like that. So now 1 is done, do it again, refine, right? So hopefully that's helpful. Now we have to make sure we're using the best tools to achieve these goals. A lot of you have been getting stock blocked by Schwab. That's a problem. That's a big problem. I see people using, and it's fine. It is fine, but let's be realistic. You want to use, the right tools for building the house, right? Ross uses a direct access broker for a reason. I use a direct access broker for a reason, right? We see stories of traders that are kind of freaks, and they I made 5 million using Schwab and stuff like that. And those are, how many of them are there? Maybe 1 out of a million, maybe 1 out of 100. And they get it really fast, right? They get it really fast. So something like that, we kind of preach our technicals and our hardware and software and stuff like that for a reason, because we know that what happens is when one of these brokers fail you, right, that could be career ending, right? I was stuck short once in Schwab, and they told me good luck, right? The account said like negative 180,000 or something like that. It turns out that the short position was not real. It turned out that it was just it was stuck in DOS or something like that. But when I called them, they told me good luck. They told me good luck. That would have been career ending if it was real and the stock just kept going and I couldn't get out. They would have been career ending. CMEG, I had a huge position once, and they wouldn't sell it. They said, good luck. I was like, come again? Like, yeah, it's just, I don't know, stocks, am I right? And that was a huge problem, right? That could be career ending. And even if it wasn't career ending, it could be mentally ending, right? So what happens is, yes, Lewis says there's a rodent on the couch behind me. Yes, it's my Chihuahua. She's my good luck charm. But regardless, that could be a career-ending situation, right? Do you ever see Ross getting stuck in a position and panicking and saying, "Oh, I can't trade this," and panicking? No, he uses a broker that he trusts, right? I'm using a broker that I trust. I have used all the other brokers, and I have gotten Schwabbed on all of them, right? I've gotten, something happened where they wouldn't help me, and they told me good luck. I had one issue once where a small position wouldn't close on Ocean One, and this was when they first opened. I was like one of their first users. This was when they first opened, refunded me, credited, like, our mistake. So that tells me, I'm like, all right, I feel safe. I feel like someone's out there to help me, right? So it's something that's very important to me. So you want to make sure you're using the right broker. I myself, I'm using Ocean One Securities. You see my small account right here. This is what I've been trading on. If you want to see more of these small account stuff, you can check those out. But this is not going to be a broker specific class. But you want to make sure you're using the right brokers, right? Hardware, right? You need a good computer. You need good internet, right? Don't be trading with a mobile hotspot every single day. It's not going to be the best for you. Software, right? You need the right software. I like DOS or DAS, whatever you want to call it. Direct access software, right? The reason is I can use I have the right tools, and I know how to trade. I know how to use the software. I know how to manage my positions. It's very fluent for me to use. Sometimes those commission-free brokers, Webull, Schwab, Fidelity, whatever they are, though the softwares are very clunky because it's a big kind of suite built for their brokerage. So what it is that software was built for them to make money using for traders using that software, not really for you. So you want to make sure you have something that works. Just same thing with E-Trade, right? They made that new E-Trade Pro and it's terrible, right? So just be mindful of that stuff. Now, environment. What does it have to do with using the best tools and settings, right? Environment, right? I have a nice, to me, this is relaxing out here. I have a nice peaceful environment. You don't need your own standalone office and outside your house, but just maybe find a room that's clear, not cluttered. I built this office with no windows. I built this office. There's a big sliding door over there, but I can't see out it. The reason is I get distracted very easily. So if there's a window, I'll stare out the window, right? Same thing I used to do when I was in school, when I went through college. If there was a window, I would sit by the window and just stare out the window. I have no idea what any of the guys were saying, any of the professors were saying. The classes that were in an actual study hall, like a room, were the classes I performed the best in because there were no windows, right? I only could focus on either the pretty girl in front of me or whatever the guy was saying, right? Throwing a little note at her, like back in the 60s. Hey, babe, you and me, let's get out of here. No, not really, but I was pretty, like I said, introverted. So, anyways, so find something that. Do I have any windows? No, there's no windows in here. No windows, just one big sliding door. And the reason is because I get distracted. So make sure you have a clean environment. It's pretty messy right here right now. It looks like Santa's workshop, but it'll clean up. And I like the feeling of Christmas and stuff for my kids, and it makes me feel very fulfilled. So I can look around and see all these gifts from us, for the kids, and it makes me feel very happy. So, right, it kind of lifts me up while I'm working. So try to keep your room clean, kind of simple stuff. Overthinking, this is a huge one. Try to, and I see a lot of people do this, go through the classes and try to leave it at that. Between myself and Ross, we have years of education that we're kind of putting in front of you. Ross has like the full suite that he made is just insane. Go through the classes and learn. Go through the live trading archives. Watch what he's doing live every single day. A lot of people, I get messages all the time. They're overeducating. Try to not overeducate, right? Do not overeducate. And I put a little star there because there's nothing wrong with education. But what beginners tend to do, this is a huge beginner mistake, is they try to know it all. Like, I have learned everything there is to learn. People tell me, they're like, well, the math doesn't make sense on this. Why is it doing this and other things? And well, my 15 years of experience says the math doesn't give a little furry bottom of the dog behind me. It doesn't care about what you think. It does not care, right? That being said, what I mean behind that is, indicators, ChatGPT, I'm using AI to build this thing. I'm using this to scan for this. And all I'm doing literally every single day, and you can watch Ross do it every single day too, is we're sitting here, we're looking at the freaking scanners, and we're trading stocks that are going up, right? Behind that simplicity, we're using what we teach every single day to display what we know, right? This stock's moving up. It's got good news. It's got good volume. Let's trade it, right? So what that means is don't blow yourself out with trying to read overall market. I have no idea what the S&P is doing. I have no idea what these Fed meetings. I don't watch any of that stuff ever. People text me all the time, hey, what's a good tech stock? And I'm almost embarrassed because I have no idea what Nvidia is doing. I have no idea what Tesla is doing. I have no clue. I'm so disconnected. What happened was a long time ago, I was watching what every investor was doing. I was watching the freaking Pelosi pumps. I was watching, the Trump pumps. I was watching everything. This guy's in this. He thinks it's gonna run this, and I was getting destroyed because I'm like, why? I was so over educated. I was so flooded with so much nonsense information that it made my trading nonsense. It made my trading exactly that, just pure nonsense. So the whole point is, I see comments on YouTube all the time, and I see comments in the chat. Ross, why aren't you trading this? Jess, what do you think about this? And it's very simple. Does it fit the float? Is it going up? Does it have volume? And if the answer is no to any of those, then there's your answer, right? It can be very, very simple. So be mindful of that. Don't overeducate. Education's good, but just don't overeducate. What is your why? So a lot of times when we're in, so now now that we're in our kind of momentum phase of kind of deploying these goals and attacking these goals and failing these goals at the same time, getting back up and doing it again. What is your why to keep those goals going? You will find yourself in self-doubt. I can guarantee you that. I can guarantee 100% of you, every single person in this class right now, watching the class, you will find self-doubt somewhere. It's human emotion, it's human nature. It is what it is. It's how you respond to that self-doubt and failure and stuff like that is going to be the outcome. Yes, Mike, it's been you all month. It's going to happen. So what is your why? And usually I would detach it from money because you live with self-doubt every day. That's unfortunate. Try to find something that, you're here. Oleg, you're Mike, you guys are here, you're learning, you're doing it. You are living someone's dream right now. And I don't want to go too far into a story. I was just thinking about it, but you have to understand that, yeah, goal achieved. You got the star over the weekend. Great job. You have to understand that your bad situation is someone's, absolute dream, right? Think about the person that can't walk. The person that can't walk, think of the person that can't breathe. Think of the person that didn't wake up. Think of the person that, that's it for them, right? So, and I get, trust me, I get what it feels like to not, what if you couldn't walk? That would freaking suck, right? If any of you in like a wheelchair or anything like that, I get it. That sucks. But we have to, as much as it sucks, there's no changing it, but there's working past it. And it's hard. I know it's hard. And I know emotionally it can really be kind of stumping, right? I can't push that past that, right? So I know that feeling. I know the feeling of what you can't push past, and it will alleviate with what we just talked about. Right? It will alleviate with those little steps, those baby steps of getting better, right? Doing something to make it better, doing something to get better. Yeah, I don't want to harp too much on it, but because I know that feeling of failure can be very strong because a lot of people, if you blow up the account or whatever, it just feels like loss, but it's really not. It's financial loss. It's really not that bad. So clear the clutter. A messy space is a messy brain, right? We already just talked about that. So let's see. Setting goals. So now that we are in our goals, right? What is the process, right? We're attacking it. Now you're making it, right? Now you're making it. This is where I started finding my stride. I started hitting these goals. I started attacking them. I started doing much better. I looked back. I made $1,000 a month. Then I looked back again. I'm like, whoa, you're up $5,000. All right, don't lose your head. Don't lose your head. Don't lose your space. Just keep your head down and keep going. Keep grinding. All right, now you're up 30,000 on the month. Now you're up 100,000 on the month. Now you're up 300,000 on the month. You're like, holy smokes, like what is happening? This is the situation this is where traders can get overblown on their goals, right? You don't want to over exceed. This is where a lot of traders, they might make a lot and then they also lose a lot. So be very mindful of that. Take money out. Remember, I'm always trading in a small account. Take that money out. I think maybe starting soon we'll reduce it back down to maybe $1,000 or whatever. I don't know yet. Maybe we'll just keep going like this, taking money out. But the whole point of that is now you're in the momentum of you have now made more money that was in the account. You have taken the money out. So guess what? You're trading all 100% on house-made money from the market. The risk is now gone. Gone based on your money that you put in. So now you can kind of keep that momentum process while you're active trading and learning and sizing up and scaling and making mistakes, stuff like that. So with that being said, now we go into this process of, all right, well, I'm losing, I'm winning, I'm losing, I'm winning. Is the market providing, right? And this turns into this kind of big unfolding process of setting goals and making it as a trader, because now you're in the spot where you're consistently making money. You're consistently taking losses, but you know how to manage those losses. We get into this point where a lot of traders make money and then they give it all back. The reason they give it all back is because they're not asking themselves, is the market providing? Right now, the market is not really providing, right? Let's be honest, it's not providing. So what am I doing? Well, rinse and repeat is ever changing. It's not always the same. Yes, we are rinsing and repeating the same process, but it depends on the market what it wants to give us with that process, right? So just be very, very mindful and open to that. Well, is something moving today that's going to give me chart pattern, right? We were just talking about chart pattern based on how we're actively trading, not based on monetary goals and stuff like that. Is something giving me pattern of, oh, this just went 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points from 32 to almost 80 freaking dollars, right? That's giving you chart pattern. Is it giving downside swings? Yes, but it's giving pattern. If you start to look at stuff like, let's see, OPTX right now, right? It's not really giving me pattern where it's going to resolve in a nice trade, right? This is not really giving pattern. It's just kind of lingering, right? It's not giving price action. This stock is giving price action. And believe it or not, this pattern, whether this is $30 to $80 or 30 cents to 80 cents, it's the same exact pattern. So yes, we are rinsing and repeating, but we have to also understand that, is the market providing, right? If the market is providing, that now we're rinsing and repeating, right? If you cannot rinse the laundry and repeat it, the bowl is empty, the bucket's empty, it's a dry spell. We have no water to rinse, right? That is part of that process, right? You're just gonna wash your clothes in dirt? No. So that is part of the process. We rinse and repeat when we can rinse and repeat. So hopefully that's helpful on learning when to trade and when not to trade, because it's always changing, and it is always changing. The market's ever changing, but it's our adaptation to that change. So I found these. I actually saw these little snips, and they're very important to me. Start so small your brain cannot resist, right? One push-up, one sentence, right? 1 minute. And this is huge for everything, because a lot of people, like I said, 90% of this is mental, right? Anyone can look. My son can look at a chart at 3 years old. He's like, oh, that's going up, that's going down, that's green, that's red, right? Anyone can do that. It's the mental process of, if I take this trade, we go down a rabbit hole, right? If I take this trade, build on that sentence, I might go red. If I take this trade, I might go red, I might go green. If I take this trade, if I go red, then I fail. If I take this trade, I go red, I fail, and I can't do this anymore. If I can't do this anymore, I have failed. If I have failed, people will doubt me and be sad. Then I will feel sad, right? So that's that spiraling kind of habit of your mental process. And, just remove that. Start so small. One share in, one share out. Make it a process. One share in, one share out. One share in, one share out. And be doing it based off of education. We're acting on our education. You have a lot of tools here for you. A big one, this is one that my wife laughs at me all the time. She was starting a business a while back that she was performing very well. But she was asking me for like tips and stuff like that. And I'm like, of course, like I didn't want to tell her what to do. I just waited for her to ask. I said, and she's like, well, what can I do? I said, well, your biggest problem right now is you're doing everything to 100% perfection of completion. And it's taking you forever. It's consuming all of your mind. It's consuming all of your time. I said, think of an idea, start it, get to where it gets super hard, and then cut it off, right? And then finish it maybe later. Build on it later. Start a new task, build it on it later. And what it is this says right here, laziness hides behind the fear of failure, right? Finish imperfectly or imperfectly. Flaws aren't mistakes, they're part of progress. So what happens is, as people, we want it to be perfect every single time. And let me tell you, my trading is not perfect every single time. I have become very accustomed to trading very sloppy. But I know that with that sloppy trading, I know how to refine it. I know how to fix it. Because what happens is, a lot of you, and myself as well, when I was getting started, I always thought I needed to take the perfect trade. Oh, I wish I could have taken this right here on this tiny reversal rejection candle at $50.53 exactly. That would have netted me exactly $6,000 if I'd taken 1,000 shares. If I sold at, X amount of dollars. And what happens is, we become so trying to make this so perfect. These are not perfect. I mean, this is just pig slop all day long. It's trying to wade through that slop and being kind of a perfect disaster while we're trading. That's perfectly fine, right? That is perfect. Being that kind of just a messy success while you're just fumbling your way through. If you can do that, you'll find yourself much better off, because you'll be like, it was messy, but I did it, right? It was messy, but I did it. Done is better than perfect, right? You got the job done. My trades today they're a little messy. I even said that this morning. I'm like, you know what? This was sloppy. I don't know. I don't really like it. Stuff like that. And it was. These were kind of sloppy trades, but they worked, and they worked kind of casually, and that was it. Now, it worked, and then it was done, right? That trade is done. That part is done, right? I'm done for the day, right? Now my brain can feel free to go do something else. So hopefully this long-winded class was helpful for you guys in building that process. Remember, start right now if you're doing something physical, if you're trying to, get in shape, if you're trying to lose weight, if you're trying to trade better, start right now. There is no, and I want, send me my Instagram is I'm Warrior Trading exclusive. I'm not going anywhere. I've been here forever. Send me, let me read my page. Send me to Jess Trades. I only have 16,000 followers. Sad boy. Send me what you're doing today for your resolution. Send it to someone. Send it, share it. And I want to see it, because now you're sealing it in. I'm going to hold you accountable. Building on that, the last thing I want you to, I have a TikTok too. TikTok, Jess Trades, kind of new on it, but you can check that out as well. But what I want you to do is, I also don't want you to share don't share anything with friends or family what you're doing. I want you guys, each and every one of you, I don't know how many are in here, I want you to work in silence. I want you to work in silence, because what these people are going to do, unfortunately, is they're going to paint a colored picture on what you're doing for you. They have no business. They have no business telling you what to do. No business whatsoever. So, keep those to yourself. Keep it to yourself. Keep going. Fail yourself. Win yourself. Why? Because the only person that matters to you is yourself. It does not matter to anyone else. They'll just weigh you down, and then, share your successes with yourself. Be like, I just did it, and be happy, right? It doesn't care if someone's happy or sad for you, right? It doesn't matter. So that being said, hopefully this was helpful. I really appreciate each and every one of you guys for joining me. Start right now. Let's do it right now. Get it done. And then guess what? Tomorrow's another day. Do it again. We're rinsing and repeating. Watch this again if you need some, motivation, something like that. Send out a message, say, Jess, I need some motivation. I'll give you motivation. I give everyone motivation. I'll just keep doing it. So, share with me everything you want. It's perfectly fine. I'm here for you guys. And as always, I'll get this recording uploaded. Have a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and I'll catch you all next time. All right. So, again, if you have any questions, I can answer them real quick for you guys. But that being said, I'm gonna get the heck out of here. I'm pretty hungry. I've been fasting. I'm trying this new thing, fasting. Works pretty good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So if you guys don't have questions, I'll give it another second. It's perfectly fine. Did I try Cobra? No, I like Ocean One just because, you know, I've been there for a while. I'm probably gonna stay on it forever for now. I'm using Ocean One. I have this is my broker. That's all I use. My Instagram is Jess_trades. There's a lot of fakes out there, so be careful. I'll never ask for money or anything like that. Yes, I use DOS. Yeah, for Ocean One, for tax stuff, you have to ask a tax someone because I can't give you tax information. But yeah, you print out your P&L and you just bring it to an accountant. The fee. So here's the full breakdown if you want. If you want it, it's perfectly fine. There's the fees, there's commissions, there's everything you need. So depositing at Ocean One, I actually used crypto just because it was very quick and it was low cost. How do I make the LULD on DOS? So let's go right over here on DOS. You can bring it up right in this area. You can right click and just do LULD. Limit up, limit down. You can change the color if you'd like under layout config. Then you go under, where is it? Level 2 config. And then you can change your tier colors under level 2 config. Yeah, so here is the entries and exits on this. This is not how I'm going to be honest, this is not how I normally trade. I just noticed this stock. I was trading the stock how it wanted to be traded. So I noticed it kind of dipping and then ripping and then dipping down and then coming back up, dipping down and coming back up, dipping down and coming back up. So in the open, we've been seeing these kind of flushes that rally and then fade. So I took the dip, sold the pop, and then let it fade. You know, it's adapting. It's all, if you check out my other classes, it's just adapting on what's happening, right? All right. So when trading in your small account, are you using max buying power? No, today was, you know, a couple thousand shares. This one was a little bit heavier, this trade. I think it was like 6,000 shares maybe, but it's a cheaper stock and my risk was very tight. Zimtra as a broker. No, I wouldn't use, I want to use kind of the mainstream big ones. So Ocean One is STG Global Markets, and they actually cater to like a lot of high frequency algos using velocity clearing. So there's kind of a big backstory of why I use this broker, right? The same reason that you know, some of these big brokers have these very large clearing firms behind them. That's why I like it. So when you're using a broker like CMEG or that Zimtra, you got to worry about, you know, who's the clearing firm, you know, is something going to happen? Am I safe? Stuff like that. Yeah, so I have the MACD right here and volume in the same window. Did I struggle from going to sim to real money? I've never actually used the sim. True story. I started out as a live trader. I don't recommend it. What I would say is I do have classes on transitioning from sim to real money, but I explain that, you know, I haven't not used the sim. So I kind of give a process of what I would do based on, you know, looking back on how I started. But I do have a class on it. It's called Going from Sim to Live. You can check that out. Yes, the layout file for DOS is in Mentor Resources. You can check that out as well. I have my DOS upload. I have two DOS classes that you could check out, setting up this whole platform, setting up the high-low hit list and all that type of stuff. The SSR situation on Ocean One is no longer. They removed it. So that's not a problem. I never had problems with it anyways because I was trading momentum stocks, but it's they said it's gone. It was actually Velocity that fixed it. So, all right. So that being it, I'm going to close up here, and I will check you all on tomorrow, right? Maybe Christmas Eve. I don't know if I'll be on Christmas Eve. I'm not sure yet, but we'll see. We'll see. I'll see you all maybe then on the following week. I appreciate you.